and go again within today's window?
It depends why. SpaceX so far has not really confirmed any like recycle times in case of certain abort moments. So I would at this moment help my speculation of if that would be possible or not. We would have to wait for SpaceX to confirming that.
And do we know how long the window will be open for today? Sawyer,
I
if you
can
want to
take it.
take
Yeah,
that.
it's a the total window is 150 minutes, which opens which would open in about an hour from now. So it's 7 Central Time. So I guess that would be, if my math is right, 9:30 Central Time, 10:30 Eastern Time.
Yeah, we're all running on a little bit a bit of a lack of sleep, so any irregularities with your mathematics, I'm sure it can be forgiven. And Alex confirming that the in the back channel, 9:30 in the morning Central is when the window closes. So that's pretty much the time period that SpaceX has to play with. It's been a little while since we've gone over some of the new memberships. So I'd just like to thank everybody who has become a Red Team member or even a Launch Director member.
There right now.
Fingers crossed. Hang on. Just
Yeah,
clearing my throat quickly.
Yeah, they're keeping a very tight range around it. So, of where people can watch, there is also a reminder, a keep out zone for boats. There are marked designated areas where boats can watch, and any other you'll be visited by the Coast Guard. And there's also airspace closures that will occur. So, if you are out there on a boat, please check the note Mars. If you are in the air, please check the NOTAMs.
Yeah. And please, I'm asking you all now, please do not cause a range violation, because the vents so far look good, the plane looks good, the weather looks good from what we've heard so far. Please just no range violations today, please. That's all I'm asking for. I'm going to hit a few more of these contributions and such, so thank you for everyone who's becoming such as to almost a Capcom member. That means you get access to the Discord. Everybody loves the Discord. We also have a new Padrap member. We have a contribution here without a message, but thank you for that anyways. More Capcom members and a few more different super chats and the like, such as $20 from MCB. Thank you very much. Another $20 from A Train Games. A Capcom member here from Leonard. Padrap member. We have some more contributions here. Lewis not leaving a message, but thank you very much for that contribution anyways. We have a new Capcom member, a new Launch Director member. That's pretty high up there. Thank you very much. And we have John buying multiple items off of the the merchandise store. So thank you very much for that. Again, if you want any items off of there, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Get all your spaceflight nerd merch that you could ever desire, including the new plushie that's came into pre-order yesterday. We've got a few more Pad Rap members, Red Team member, Capcom member, a few more Pad Rap members. Thank you everybody who is joining in the lead up to Starship's first orbital flight. Well, it's not orbital flight, near orbital-ish flight, nearly orbital.
The integrated
falling
flight
short of
test.
orbital. The integrated flight test. But I just don't. Sawyer, I'm sorry, I just don't like the name. I'm gonna have to be honest. I prefer orbital-ish. It rolls off the tongue better.
Yes, a reminder then that this one, the planned trajectory is that it will go up quite high, but it will not do a complete full orbit of the Earth. Again, a reminder, the ship scheduled to splash down near Hawaii, not all the way back fully to Texas. So.
And we also have 50 USD here from Ryan Webber saying thank you very much. Oh, not saying thank you very much. I'm saying thank you very much for that. That's a big contribution. This is not a lot of sleep, people. I'm sorry. That's a big contribution. Thank you so much for that. That'll go a long way in helping to keep the robots fed down in South Texas.
And the people too, I guess.
And the people. Robots come first. Just kidding. There's a store message here from Brian. Thank you very much for that. And Adam, people purchasing off the store. And we also have a few more new members. Oh, it looks like there's an OFT patch sticker being sold there. Very interesting indeed. OFT patch, a very popular item as well on the store. Oh, we got the millimeters up. 24,754.4 milliliters of liquid oxygen. So that's the answer to the question from about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. Thank you very much for working that out, Big Country, doing the density calculations for Ian. And we've had just in the last few seconds here, we've had a big contribution come in here. $200 from Studley Dude 2000. Thank you very much for that. That's a huge contribution to the team. That is greatly appreciated. That is an absolutely massive contribution. One of the biggest we've had so far today. So yeah, thank you so much. It's contributions like that that really help to make this possible, help us to keep people on site, help us to keep the robots running, help us to upgrade kit and everything along those lines. So thank you so much. That will go a long way in helping to keep the show running.
To add on to your message, we want to thank you for your dedication as well, for streaming it every day. And I know we've all been waiting for this a long time. So thank you very much for sticking with us all that time as well.
We also have a where is it? An $80 Australian donation here, which is also quite a large contribution. Thank you very much for that. That is saying they've been watching since Starhopper. Thanks for your awesome coverage, professionalism, and humour. Go Starship. Yeah, I think that's the overarching message at the moment, isn't it, Adrian? Just go Starship. Everyone just wants this thing to be successful and go the best it can. So we're approaching about T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes. Adrian, could you just give us a little rundown of what we should be kind of expecting next for everyone who's joined in the last few moments?
The next sign we will see is this OLM vent. We can right now see on the right side to stop. As soon as that stops, which might happen any second, we don't know exactly when. If that happens, they are in propellant loading. This just the situation. So basically, as long as this OLM vent is going, they are holding for propellant load. Once this stops, we are in propellant load for Starship's first flight test.
Okay, so looking at the timer there, it's 1 hour and 39 minutes. T-minus 1 hour 39 minutes, which in 5 seconds will be exactly 2 minutes away. That's when booster liquid oxygen and liquid methane. There we go, 2 minutes till booster liquid oxygen and liquid methane load begins. So that is when we should start to see the OLM vent turn off, stop its waterfalling over the marshland, and then we will start to see the frost level rising on the booster. And then after the booster, approximately 16 minutes later, we will see methane start being loaded into the ship, and a few minutes after that, we'll see LOX starting to be loaded into the ship.
And what I
as
think that's
well.
really entertaining or interesting as you see it fill up is that you'll see two distinct different frost lines, and that's where you can see where the two different tanks on board each vehicle is, the one that's used for the liquid oxygen and the one that's used for the liquid methane.
I will I'll probably try and explain this a bit better when we get some more sunlight. It'll probably be easier to see, but it's quite faint at the moment. But you can kind of see in the middle of the booster, which is the big silver bit at the bottom there. In the middle of the booster, you have the they're called what are they called? Sorry, I forgot what they're called. They're the steel things that run down the outside that help give structural support. Are they stripes?
They're almost like
Something-
ribs, or rivets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not the chines. They're the stringers. Thanks, Brady,
yes.
in the back channel. That's what they're called, stringers. So the above the stringers in the middle of the booster, that is the methane tank, and below it, basically everything below there, all the way down to the engine section, that is the liquid oxygen tank. So that kind of helps to differentiate where the two different lines of ice will start to form on the outside as the cryogenic propellants are loaded into the booster. And
Yeah.
go on, Sawyer.
I was gonna say right there in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, there you go. So it's quite faint. So hopefully when the sun starts to rise, that will become a little bit more evident, especially with the frost coming in. That'll make it look even, make it even easier to see as the frost will start to rise. And the propellant load should have technically started 10 seconds ago.
Well,
Is the
we'll keep an
OLM
eye.
vent going away?
That's what I mean. We'll keep an eye on the OLM vent, which again is all the lines being purged at the base there of Starship, and then once that slows down, we should see fueling begin.
There we go. So that OLM vent is still going. So it looks as if we may be a few minutes behind the schedule we were given by SpaceX. But again, I will just add that maybe the timeline we were given by SpaceX on the website isn't exactly precise, Sawyer. Could it be a few minutes out perhaps, or could they have changed some things on the day, do we think?
It is very possible that there could be a few minutes, give or take, on every single milestone.
Ship 24 will hit the water very hard and will not be used on any future flights. There's no second flight for it, 100%.
And you can see there in the right box there is the kind of purple hue starting to rise over Starbase as dawn approaches. You can also see the lights in the tower a little bit more clearly, and also the very red lights from the tanks over on the left. That OLM vent still pumping the technically fueling from the timeline SpaceX gave us about I don't know, a few days ago now. The fueling should have started just over 2 minutes ago, so we are still awaiting the confirmation of fueling beginning with the OLM vent basically stopping that waterfall, which you can see there kind of spewing down into the launch site.
Yeah, a reminder, that's why we're watching that vent in the bottom left there. That's what they use to purge the lines, and then once that is turned off, that means that it's no longer liquid nitrogen or anything going through it. What would be going into the vehicle would be the super chilled propellants, which again in this case is the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane.
I'm going to run through some more contributions quickly because this is pretty much what helps to fund the operations here at NSF. So a big thanks to everybody who has been super chatting and purchasing items off of the store. Christy is saying that they've got 2 Starship plushies for their 7 and 5-year-olds to commemorate our visit to Boca Chica for this amazing event. Well, I do hope that you do enjoy the plushies when they arrive. They are on pre-order at the moment if you're interested. We've got some more Red Team members coming in. We've got a few well, they are contributions, but gifts is what I meant to say here. 1 Red Team membership being gifted by Swen and 20 being gifted by Charles. Thank you very much. If you received one of them, make sure to thank them in chat because that is a very kind thing to do. It's not only do we get the financial contribution with that, but people who may not necessarily be able to afford a membership get the full perks of that membership. So if you've got a Red Team membership, it means you have access to our multi-view with many different cameras located all around Boca Chica and Starbase, giving you live feeds of what's happening. You can see tracking cameras being set up and the like, things along that line, and that OLM vent, which we can see there, is still going now, T-minus 1 hour and 35 minutes into the count. Ryan Knight has a question here alongside a $20 super chat. Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you since you're local to the area, saying, I'm in Titusville, but I can't seem to find the rocket. Which direction should I look?
I don't know if that's a joke or serious. Either way, thank you very much for the support. But yeah, we're not launching out of Florida yet. A reminder, there is a Starship tower that is built and assembled at Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. There is also another one that is in the process of being built. We've seen parts of it in an area called Roberts Road and some of our flyovers. But yeah, I would say look west. Definitely west, since this will be flying out of Texas.
There you go, Ryan Knight. Hopefully that answers your question there. We've got a few more members, a pad wrap, we've got a Capcom. If you are the Capcom member level or above, that means you get access to the Discord server. We've also got Jason building a Lego Starship. That sounds very exciting indeed, but make sure to also have a look on the telly every once in a while so you can see how the real-life vehicle is operating. $24 from Joshua, thank you very much. And you can see there on the right there with the exposure adjusting, really like the orange and the blue really kind of popping out there. That's a very cool shot indeed. This is do you remember back in November when we did like the Dawn of Artemis streams? We now got the Dawn of Starship as we are pretty much approaching, fingers crossed, Sawyer, the final 90 minutes to go. Quickly though, Ali, again, another 50 Red Team memberships. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome to see. That is a big contribution there, and we are very grateful for that. And of course, all of the people who just received one of them, make sure to thank Ali in chat. Absolutely doing a fantastic job at gifting memberships today. It's brilliant to see. So thank you so much, Ali, for that. That's really kind of you.
And I do just want to point out, again, the clock is continuing on our clock, at least, to count down to SpaceX's original T0, which they said was approximately 8 a.m. Central Time. We are waiting for confirmation of fuel load, so the time might shift by a couple minutes or more. So just putting that out there, that we are keeping an eye on waiting for confirmation of propellant load to begin.
I'm just trying to see at the moment. So the WB-57 we were tracking earlier, number 927, has reached 45,000 feet and is currently, I'd say, probably about just over a third of the way towards Starbase, flying over the Gulf of Mexico. I saw a couple messages in chat saying that the other WB-57, number 926, is on its way. But I'm putting it into here and I can't seem to find its transponder turned on at the moment, so if we get any news about that I will surely let you know. But there's already one WB-57 on its way, so I do not think the other will be on its way. We are approaching launch very quickly now, 90 minutes until T0. That OLM vent's still going, however, so Adrian, at the moment, would you say we're not too sure what the current status of the count is? and all of the kind of basically all of the controls and everything that was on top of the engine bell is just really so much more simplified, and it's by simplifying it, it means the mass production of those engines can be sped up and made more efficient, and it also means, which means that more engines can be made in less time. And for a vehicle that uses 33 Raptor 2s on the booster and 3 sea level and 3 vacuum optimized on the ship, getting as many engines as possible through the production line as quickly as possible is very important for the mass production of vehicles, which is in the long term what SpaceX is aiming to achieve.
And I want to point out that Booster 7 is hydraulic. All the boosters onwards will be electric TVC. That's why we've got a lot of the boxes and things on the side of Booster 7 that we don't see on Booster 9, where we have more of the chines instead.
Thanks for that, Sawyer. So yeah, you can see there just at the bottom, you can see the chines, which are the 3 kind of arranged in like a triangle formation. Those are the 3 little aerodynamic surfaces that help to point the booster upon boost back and return, which in the case of today's flight will be a splash down landing, a soft water landing, as SpaceX like to call it, in the Gulf of Mexico. JW is asking, should we be scared by the amount of small private planes on the way to Starbase? Now, Adrian, the NOTAMs, and also for boats, the not Mars and the exclusion zones, they've kind of been in preparation for a while now. So fingers crossed, pilots and mariners should know about the exclusion zone.
Yeah, I'm very much not expecting that as right now. They have been very much notices. They have been clear about that, and yeah, I can look quickly, but at least from my perspective, I cannot see anything that looks like a range violation right now.
And a reminder, we still are a little ways away from the liftoff. So, I mean, yes, the window is in place. A lot of the restrictions are now in place. So, if there are planes that end up in the restricted zone in the next couple of minutes or so, it's not the end of the world, and there is still time to get them out of the range and continue for liftoff.
And Ian informing me in the back channel, the WB-57 is now over halfway to Starbase. So how long? It took off about just over half an hour ago, about 40-ish minutes ago, maybe just under that. So yeah, it's taken about half an hour to get to this point. It looks as if it will only take about 20 minutes to get to Starbase, and then I presume it will begin doing the kind of the holding patterns that we saw on the flight plan a little while ago. So yeah, that is now getting close, and it's getting exciting.
You can see the sunrise approaching as well too here at Starbase.
Yeah, you can see the sky is a lot lighter than it was even 10 minutes ago now. The sun is approaching. Local sunrise, I believe, is 3 minutes past 7, or like technically it's like 2 minutes and 38 seconds past 7 or something like that. But it's about 3 minutes past 7, I think. Sawyer, is that correct?
I believe 7:03 or 7:05, somewhere within those couple minutes. But yeah, a little after 7 local time.
Sounds good. And fingers crossed, if this is, I think it's safe to call this as a hold in the count, because that OEM vent should have stopped many minutes ago now. But fingers crossed it'll turn off shortly. So a delayed T0 time, probably looking around roughly 8:15 if it stopped like right now, which it won't. Or I'm just some kind of genie, but that is what we're expecting. That should also mean that the sky will be lighter for the launch, which means everybody down there, such as Adrian, will be able to get a better look at it. And yeah, so Adrian, how's the feeling now? Is a little bit of a hold in the count, but what's the feeling like at the moment?
Excitement. It's pure excitement. I'm just staring at this vent right now. I'm very, very happy to be here, and I'm just like, we are waiting. We are ready, and it's cool that now the light is coming up a bit, so we can actually see more now. That's nice. But the crazy thing is also in front of me, like Isselbanker Park. It's full, and you can always. There's still people in queue. They're still waiting to get in. It's like, wow, everything here is crowded.
Sounds great. Sounds like it sounds like it's a very popular event, and yeah, that's Isla Park at the south point of South Padre Island. So yeah, seems like a very exciting event. I mean, why would you not want to see this, right? It's going to be an incredible event when this happens. It's just going to be incredible.
Oh, it's exciting.
Yeah. So Sawyer, you've been on for a little bit now. We're going to give you a little bit of a break. So thanks for coming in, Sawyer, and
It's been my
hanging out
absolute
with us.
It has been my absolute pleasure. I will still be here watching, excited, and on standby to bring you guys replays as soon as we have liftoff. So thank you everyone for having me on, and go Starship.
And in Sawyer's place, we are going to have Jack coming in Sawyer's place. I'm not sure if he's ready to come in just yet, but Jack will be joining us in a moment. Hello, Jack. There we go. We can hear you.
Hooray! What's
That's
up?
good.
I've been running around and sort of getting things set up on my end. I
I
haven't
have
really been
breaking
listening-
news. I'm sorry, we have a new T0. The new T0 now confirmed. Is that confirmed?
I'm not sure, but it is
8:20.
being sent
Okay.
in the back channel. Yes,
Yeah.
8:20 a.m.
8:20. The new T0 is 8:20. So
SpaceX tweet.
Yep.
So that
All right.
is the first confirmation since the 8 a.m. tweet a few hours ago, before we even spooled up this dedicated live stream. There you go. 8:20 a.m. Central Daylight Time is the official time being targeted now by SpaceX. So that gives us a little bit of confirmation that this was indeed a bit of a hold. Looks like a 20-minute hold with the OLM vent still going. So there's a few questions here that are waiting, but first I'm just going to quickly run through some super chats whilst we're waiting this OLM vent to disengage. We've got a few super chats here. We've got a new member, and we've got 10 Australian dollars, 10 euros. Thank you, everybody. Another a few euros here. 5 Red Team memberships being gifted. We've got a super chat with no message, but thank you still. Thank you, everybody who has been contributing. And we've got some store messages coming in as well. Thank you, everybody who's been purchasing off of the store. So not only do you get to help contribute to the channel, but you also get to receive some cool swag in return, such as the new patch, which was restocked a few days ago, and the pre-order plushie, which is now available on the shop. You know how to get it, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. There's so many store messages and messages of contribution in here. The list keeps going and going. I'm going to try and get through as many of these as possible. But in the meantime, Jack, I'm going to look for a question and see if we can get your expertise at answering it. Whilst on the right there, we can see a live feed of the channel, which leads from the Gulf into the port of Brownsville. We should see some mariners. The 2 mariner safe zones are around there, aren't there, Jack, if I'm correct?
Yep, sure enough. That is. We're looking right now at Isla Blanca Park at the beach and the jetties, and you can see looks like a security vehicle on the other side of the channel, on the Boca Chica side, and looks like a lot of people are hanging out and getting ready to watch the launch.
And there's a question here, a good question from Lisa, asking, sorry if this is on. No need to apologise. But what is the white fog coming from Starship? So, Jack, what exactly is coming out of or no longer coming out of the OLM vent, as the OLM vent has stopped, which means that propellant load has begun. So, Jack, what was actually coming out of the OLM vent before it just stopped just now?
Yeah, that would have been gaseous which they use nitrogen to chill down the propellant lines and condition them to be prepared for propellant load. You don't want to pump cryogenic propellants through hot pipes. That's just not... Go ahead.
Did you already comment that it stopped venting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry, I was running away.
Yep.
No
it
worries,
has stopped
Adrian.
venting. So when it is venting, it means they're chilling the lines. Or when it stops venting, it means the lines have been sufficiently chilled down so that they are ready to begin flowing propellant through them.
And you can see here that the kind of the cooled kind of pool of gaseous nitrogen on the ground there is starting to die down. That's just kind of leftovers from the OLM vent, if I am correct. And it also seems like the propellant load will now be starting because of that, and the new T0 has been put up into the clock, into the top left, so that is now T-minus 1 hour, 35 minutes and 20 seconds until the new launch time of 8:20 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Going to take 5 hours, add 5 hours onto that, so that is 13:20 Universal Time. You can do your own time zone conversions there, Jack.
I can't believe how close we are. An hour and 35 minutes. This is absolutely wild. As the sun begins to rise, and we get this beautiful lighting. Just wow. So now they are flowing propellants through the lines. They are starting to load the propellants into the vehicle. We are we're into the flow, and we're hearing also from SpaceX that AFTS checkouts are complete and nominal. So everything was looking good.
Very, very exciting. Just over 90 minutes now to the new revised T0 time of 8:20 local. Adrian, so now we've seen the OLM vent stop. What kind of events can we expect to happen from this point all the way down to T0? And we are being told by SpaceX Mission Control is saying liquid methane is now being loaded into the booster, which is very exciting. So that's officially been confirmed. And so, Adrian, what can we expect between now and T0?
Yes. Get to zero, the next very, very cool thing will be frost rings appearing, which might happen any second now, which will indicate that we have cryogenics in the tanks. After that, we will at some point see the Raptors being chilled for ignition, which means they're being prepared to be in contact with cryogenics. They are being chilled down, you basically could precondition them. Then, at the end, and that will be kind of like the final situation, is we will see the fire X system spool up, the water, I'm not even calling it water suppression, the fire X system spooling up for a bit of fire extinguishing, and then we will see the Raptor starting to ignite at about 8 seconds. And then we want to see 33 Raptor engines spooling up to 90%. If we get there, then we might see a liftoff of Starship in about 90 minutes from now.
Very, very, very exciting. I'm just going to quickly run over some big contributions that have come in the last few minutes here, starting off with a $75 contribution here. Where's it gone? We've got so much kindness coming in that I've actually lost.
You want me to get it? I can click it. The one from Crafty Geek.
I got it. There we go.
All right, cool.
75 from Crafty Geek. Thank you very much for that contribution. Asking, will the booster soft splashdown zone in the Gulf be visible from beach cameras, or is it well beyond the horizon? Now, Jack, you're on site just a little bit north of Starbase. I guess we won't really know until the flight if the booster will be visible. But do you think you could possibly try and gauge how far out to sea you can see, or is that kind of impossible?
For me right now, I can't actually see the ocean, but for people like Adrian and the rest of our team that are on top of the Margaritaville, that is definitely something that they might be able to see. So fingers crossed we have a visual on the booster coming back down. That'd be a really, really cool thing to see, and something we're hoping to see.
And there are a couple of other massive contributions we've gotten, such as this $250 tip from Jawar. That's from tips.nasaspaceflight.com, a bit more of a more direct way to help out the channel. So thank you so much. $250 is a massive amount to be contributing. Seriously, thank you so much for that. It goes such a long way to help fund what we do. And it just means that more and more epic spaceflight content can come out of the team. Yeah, thank you so much for that. That is a really, really, really kind contribution there. It helps
for
so
real.
much. Yeah.
And Jerwa
just-
contributes like that on a regular basis. So thank you so
Yeah.
much, Jerwa. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And Sanity Bites with 150 Great British Pounds, saying hello from Yorkshire. Let's light this candle. Thank you very much for that as well.
only be if it went laterally, if it somehow went left to right, forward to backwards. There will be a good bit of clearance between the inner edge of the orbital mount and the sides of the booster itself. And that will only be any risk of collision for like a half second at most. There's pretty much no risk of collision. So it is resting on 20 quick disconnect umbilicals, 20 hold down points that will rapidly disconnect and retract into the mount right at liftoff. So there is
Ian, I'm going to take over from there for you a quick sec. It sounded a bit robotic. Apologies for that. But we'll give you a second to get that taken a look at. In the meantime, there you can see ship 24. As we progress, again, 8:18 a.m. Central Time is what we're looking at. We should be seeing, it looks like a vent there on the ship. We can see that to the right, just underneath the chopstick arms. And a reminder, those chopstick arms are currently open, which is in the position it is expected to be for launch. We are progressing now with that timeline. We'll be able to run you through here what else we can continue to expect in this timeline as we progress. So, as we mentioned, the fueling is underway on both the ship and the booster. That includes liquid oxygen and liquid methane. As we continue along with the countdown, we will expect to see Raptor engine chill begin on the booster a little under 17 minutes or so before T0. And again, that is getting them cooled down and prepared for the thermal shock that they will experience once those engines completely ignite. Then the next major procedure will be at T-minus 40 seconds when the fluid interfaces begin their vent down sequence before the Raptor engines start 8 seconds before liftoff. And again, I just do want to point out that vent that we saw is completely normal. Those vents typically are used to help even out the pressure inside all of the fuel tanks in both the ship and the booster, so there is nothing to worry about when you see those. Just wanted to point that out.
Hey, Sawyer.
Hi, Das. How's it going?
Oh, I am in and out. I am all over the place. We are firing on more cylinders than we actually have right now. But just checking in from the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island over here, it continues to be a beautiful day. There are people down on the beach. Again, still not a cloud in the sky. The sun is coming up. I actually forgot my sunglasses in the truck, so we're just going to have to deal with that. But I don't think that we could have asked for a nicer day to watch this.
Exactly. Thank you for chiming in with that. Yeah, the weather looks absolutely gorgeous. Perfectly clear skies, and like we mentioned before, it's unlike SN11 or SN15, who those remember where it was quite foggy, especially SN11. We've got gorgeously clear skies, and we can see everything beautifully happening to the booster and the ship right now. And a reminder... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you're on top of the hotel right now, which we have a camera up there, which you can see in our multi-view, which you can access for all of our members who are Red Team and above.
Sawyer says we have a camera up here. Sawyer.
Do we?
We bought out the camera store. We have so many cameras up here. It took us like 15 trips up to carry all the cameras we have. We've got a fiber line up here. We've got wireless infrastructure up here. We're controlling all of the different sites from our command post here on the, well, I say on the roof of the hotel. It really relays through the hotel. And all the remote folks, the production team, are really knocking it out of the park today. But I got to say really quickly, massive thanks to the folks here at the hotel. It's the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island, and they set us up with not just a place to watch the lunch from. We've got a room downstairs. They just renovated the whole place. We've actually got a fiber line, and we worked with the hotel to run a fiber line from the server room downstairs all the way to the roof. But they have been absolutely fantastic to us over here. So I hope that this isn't the last time we see a Starship launch from here. And if anybody ever ends up coming down this way, check out the Margaritaville Resort. It's ridiculously nice. They're good people. And a lot of what you are seeing on the screen right now is because they worked with us and they helped us make all this happen. Sorry, I had to jump in. This is just a wonderful place. This is a wonderful day.
No, thank you for jumping in. And again, thank you to the people over at the Margaritaville Resort there for allowing us to get all of that set up and bring you guys this extra coverage. Really, really appreciate it. And again, you can see link in chat right now as well to that.
Nice.
And again, Reminder, you have that multi-view for red team and above. It cycles through 9 boxes worth of cameras all the time, so you keep getting more and more views, some that you might not even get to see on stream. So,
Yeah. We got a big vent on the ship there, Sawyer. Did I see that right?
yeah, it looks like we just had a big vent there, and so far, everything looking good. A reminder, those vents are normal. That is the pressures evening out as we continue in the count at about T-minus 43 minutes and counting. Unbelievable there.
At this point, this feels kind of... So we are now in the range where this is basically our normal Falcon 9 streams. We are now in the range where we usually would go live for Falcon 9. It's...
Yeah, except there is no T-minus 20-minute vent. We've already had quite a big vent here so far with all the ships and the boosters. So, there we go. Continuing along here, I do want to, again, thank some of the people with some tremendous support here. Justin Davenport, sounds familiar, with a $150 tip. Here's a little addition to Jack's Bacon Fund. Go Starship. I'm sure Jack appreciates that. Cameron with the 160 Australian dollars. Frank Green, drink bottles are hard to drink from. Thank you very much for the message and for all of the support there as well. So many of you being so kind and so generous. It's really appreciated. New Black with a €200 tip, which is another way you can support us. Tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Amazing stream, guys. 20 TVs in our office tuned in. Special shout out to Adrian as your SME. We love the detailed info. New Black, thank you. And Adrian, we love having your commentary as well, especially as we get closer to your first ever launch. And it just so happens to be the most powerful rocket in the world. Snot Garden with more support, another $100 super chat. Let's go. Artificial reef incoming, which, yes, that's actually a very good point that we should probably address there. So, Adrian, what is going to happen with this booster after it flies and does its kind of boost back burn? What are we expecting to have off the coast right near you?
Yeah, what we will see is a partial boost back burn, where it will come a bit more towards us as it was if it just wouldn't perform that. But it will not go all the way to our spec, where you would, for example, go if you would wanted to catch this booster using the chopsticks. It will only use a partial boost back and then perform a landing burn. That landing burn is about 20 seconds long, and after that they will perform it will be a soft splashdown in the best case in the Gulf of Mexico, where the booster will splash down in the water, and then they will try, based on FAA documentation, different ways to sink the booster. They will try to open vents, and then, if that doesn't work, try to change the orientation of the booster so the water flows into the booster so that booster sinks. And if these two things don't work, they will shoot it to sink it. So they have a backup plan for a backup plan.
Yes, the launch license specifically states that they can use firearms if needed to sink it. But a reminder, when it does sink, it is not the... it's not like we're polluting the waters or anything there. That is actually intentionally designed, and many former rocket stages and boosters that are at the bottom of the Gulf or of oceans are now used as artificial reefs for the local wildlife. So just wanted to make a note of that, and also the reference in that tip there to the reefs as well. And also a support here from Peter Shaw with the $50 tip, saying, I missed SN15's flight by 15 minutes. 2 years later, get to see my first live Starship launch. Thanks to all of NSF for fostering the interest and knowledge in aerospace. Ad Astra, ad Historia. Absolutely, yes. Thank you as well for your support and for everyone who is coming through as we continue to count down below T-minus 40 minutes now until the scheduled T0 time. So we do have a window that we are currently in. Ian, do we have you back? And if so, what is the remaining launch window? So how long could they continue to go if something were to come up?
Yeah, I hope you do have me back now. The window is going to be going until 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So given that the time right now is 7:41 Central Time, we have just under 2 hours until the window closes. So even if they do need to hold a little bit here, so we're coming up now Excuse me. So we're coming up now on T-minus 38 minutes. Even if they do have to hold a little bit, they still have a little bit of margin and a little bit of wiggle room to work with within this launch window. So still plenty of time in case they come in with any issues.
All right. Which, again, hopefully they don't, but considering that this is a test flight, and this is the first time that we have gone into an actual attempt at a liftoff, it is possible that we could see holds of even just a couple of minutes. So just want to make people aware that that is possible. All right, let's see what else we have. Some other questions that we can get answered here for you. Let's...
And they will just let the ship splash down into the Pacific Ocean. And yeah, that will be, if they get to that point, amazing. But there will we will not see a move where the ship will be used. This ship will for sure not survive this mission. That's the sad reality.
Right, and it is important to note that is planned. It is not that we are expecting that it's unexpected.
Share them in real time. We are watching live with you all, so we're excited to see those views ourselves as well.
Now, in a little bit, we are going to take a closer look at the vehicle and the launch pad. But first, today is a super exciting day. Everyone on the teams across Starship have been preparing, doing a number of tests and dress rehearsals for today's launch attempt.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, we saw a nice little recap of those tests in the intro video to today's webcast. For those of you that are following along, you know that many of those tests ended in those rapid unscheduled disassemblies, or RUDs as we like to call them. And it's been a long road to today. Just in 2022 alone, we had 9 static fires. We've had a couple of wet dress rehearsals. And of course, the launch control team has done numerous simulations as well.
So major shout out to the teams that have been preparing for today's full up integrated test. In fact, we've got a shot of Star Command at the South Texas launch control team. Look at all the people ready for today's launch attempt.
Yeah, that right there is our South Texas Launch Control Center. That is basically ground zero for everything that is happening today, in addition to a couple other control rooms that we have operating as well with operators on console, including the Mission Control Center here behind us here in Hawthorne, California. But with that being said, our very own Zachary Lupin is one of our SpaceX employees at our watch event in South Padre Island. Hey, Zach, how are things going on the ground?
It is a great day for a test launch today, Kate. Hello, everyone. My name is Zachary Lupin, and I'm an avionics reliability engineer here at SpaceX, and I'm at the Cameron County Amphitheater, where a growing number of SpaceX employees are gathering to watch what we hope is the first liftoff of a fully integrated Starship. Now, the Starship team has worked incredibly hard for today's launch test. Over the past weekend, teams held a launch readiness review, which included a comprehensive review of all of our vehicle systems, looking at avionics, GNC, communications, software, structures, as well as our Raptor engines and propulsion in general. Now, we are only about 5 miles away from the launch pad, so it's a pretty good view for today. And as we get into as we start to approach T-0, everyone here is clearly very excited for the events that are happening today. So as we get closer to T-0, I'm going to throw it back to Hawthorne to talk more about our rocket.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Zach. And we've actually got a little bit of a crowd forming behind us, too. Now, we've got a shot of Starship on the screen. The entire Starship structure you see is made of stainless steel. And when that's fully stacked, it stands about 120 meters tall and about 9 meters around. To help you give a sense of just how big that is, we've captured a video of some of our teams doing final integration prep work in advance of today's test flight.
Just like Falcon 9, Starship has 2 stages, which we will talk a little bit more about in a minute. But in addition to those 2 stages, Starship actually has a 3rd stage called Stage 0. It consists of all the launch pad infrastructure built around the rocket. You can see a great view of it there on your screen. It's truly an engineering feat in its own right.
And I feel like it's something we don't talk about very often. There's a lot of infrastructure that goes into fueling and preparing the launch vehicle before a large test like this, really any launch. Now, let's talk about Super Heavy. The name says it all. It's super, it's heavy, it's super heavy. It goes by some other names, the first stage or the booster, but whatever you call it, the Super Heavy will be the vehicle responsible for powering Starship against that mighty gravitational pull we've got here on Earth. And when it's fully operational, it's going to get Starship to orbit.
The booster alone stands about 70 meters tall and is about the same height as a fully integrated Falcon 9, but with a diameter roughly 2.5 times that of Falcon 9 and with 33 much larger engines.
Yeah, and having those engines, and oh my gosh, I love this shot. We can see looking up into the launch mount at the 33 engines on the booster. Those are each of the Raptor engines that's going to power today's launch attempt.
Yeah, this is an incredible view. One of my favorite views that we're going to get today. We don't have this kind of view on our Falcon 9 launches, so this is so exciting to see. You can even make out the paint markers indicating which engine is which. Like we said, there are 33 of them. So there's a lot of fire that's going to be coming out from those engines in just over 31 minutes from now. As we mentioned before, there are 33 of them on the Super Heavy, the booster, and we don't see it right now, but the cluster in the center are the ones that are actually going to gimbal and help steer the booster back down for its water landing in the Gulf.
Yeah, and they're a little bit different, Kate, than our Falcon engines. So on Falcon, we use a gas generator cycle. Here's a fantastic shot, actually, at the inner stage, so we can see the 6 engines that are on the ship side, 3 gimbaling in the middle, and then the vacuum engines, you can see 2 of them, and the other ones on the other side of the cluster in the middle here. So Raptor's a little bit different. It uses something called stage combustion, which means we basically pre-burn both the fuel side and the ox side, and then get those up to the right temperatures and pressures, and then mix them in the combustion chamber. It allows us to get higher thrust and higher efficiency on these engines than on Falcon 9. Now, Super Heavy also has 4 grid fins to assist with orienting itself during the return back to Earth, as today is the fully integrated flight test, and the first one, we're focusing on safely testing just the fundamental systems and operations on the vehicle. So what that means is we won't be attempting to land on land today. Instead, Super Heavy is going to be making that hard water landing in the Gulf.
Starship, or the spacecraft, is the 2nd stage and makes up the top portion of the vehicle. It's designed for carrying passengers and cargo between destinations on Earth, Earth orbit, and planetary destinations. It stands 50 meters tall, a little taller than the Statue of Liberty. It's comprised of 6 Raptors. We saw those just moments ago. 3 of them are optimized for sea level, and the other 3 are vacuum engines. They provide a maximum of 258,000 tons of thrust in vacuum. The spacecraft is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable precise landing at the intended location. You can see a view of those flaps there.
Now you can see the entire stack is vertical, and that's because Starship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing, as opposed to taking off and landing like an airplane. And that's really important because we don't have runways on the Moon and Mars. Fortunately, gravity at both of those destinations is not nearly as high as it is here on Earth. On Mars, it's about a third of what Earth's gravity is, and on the Moon, the gravity is just a sixth of what it is here. So Starship can take off in both of those cases without needing the Super Heavy booster like we need here on Earth. Now, for today's test, Starship does not have its landing legs attached, and that's because we aren't going to be attempting to return to the launch site or land on land. It's going to be doing another hard water landing at the end of today's test.
We can't wait. Starship is wrapped in a heat shield, which is composed of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. The hex-shaped tiles, like these ones that we have here, roughly make up about 2/3 of the vehicle. There's a couple of different geometries. The one that I have is for the circular portions of the vehicle, so it has this curvature to it, and the one that Shiva has.
Yeah, this kind is a hexagonal shape, and there's several thousand of these all across the body of the vehicle. And it's
Probably perform basically a static fire. It will basically be a situation.
It's going faster than the speed of sound and causes a lot of heat to build up that has to get dissipated by these heat shield tiles.
Yeah, thing that's really cool about these is they're super lightweight. Even just holding them, we're able to even just like hear how hollow they are because of the construction. But they do a great job of dispersing that heat during that atmospheric reentry. We actually produce these in-house at what we like to call the SpaceX bakeries. And they're located in Texas and Florida. So it's something that we designed and build in-house. And like we said, there's thousands of them. You can kind of see them on the exterior of the vehicle. So at this point in time, we are at T-minus 27 minutes and 18 seconds. So let's head on over to John Innsbrucker for an update on the countdown. Hey, John.
Thanks, Kate, and good morning. I'm John Innsbrucker, Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently loading propellant from the ground system into both the first and second stages. Now, both vehicles use the same two propellants. Our fuel is liquid methane at a temperature of just over 100 kelvins, or about minus 272 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, this is a different fuel from Falcon 9, where we use RP-1 kerosene. And our oxidizer is liquid oxygen, the same as Falcon 9. But because there's no oxygen in space to support combustion, we have to bring our own. Now, a little bit of a recap. We did the go, no go poll at T-minus 1 hour and 45 minutes. And once the team gave their goes, we polled about 20 folks. We started loading propellants onto the booster at T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes. And at T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes, we began propellant loading of the ship, the second stage on Starship. Now, LOX loading of the second stage main tank is almost complete right now, but we'll actually stretch it out and wrap it up and finish at T-minus 5 minutes. And then at T-minus 3 minutes, as the booster finishes loading, the vehicle will be fully loaded with just over 10 million pounds propellant. Now, currently in the countdown, we've just passed the T-minus 26 minute mark. The good news is weather's looking good. You can see the blue skies there on the camera views from the drone. The only thing we're watching is winds. They are within limits at ground level. We expect they may pick up a little bit as we get farther into the window should we need to go that far. But the good news right now is that the weather is looking good. The range also is looking pretty good. We've moved almost all the boats out of the keep out zone overnight. We are working one, but we're still underway. And right now, as a reminder, if for any reason we do not make our test flight today, we have backup launch windows. This could be either 24 or 48 hours after today, and it'll depend on how far we get into the countdown. But coming up on 25 minutes to go, everything is looking good, Kate.
In order to make life multiplanetary, we need a fully reusable vehicle that's capable of carrying a huge amount of cargo and a lot of people to orbit and have a pretty quick turnaround. The idea is to effectively reuse launch vehicles just like airplanes. Crowd is getting excited here in Hawthorne behind Mission Control, as you can hear. Now, imagine if you had to wait for a new airplane to be constructed every time you wanted to fly. You'd rarely go anywhere, and it would probably be completely unaffordable for most of us. In order for us to get to Mars and back with lots of people multiple times, reusability is a must.
Now, in the near term and a bit closer to home here on Earth, Starship will be critical to other programs as well. Once it's operational, Starship will deliver the full-size and upgraded version of our Starlink satellites. And that's super exciting because our next-generation satellites represent a step forward in Starlink's capabilities and will provide more bandwidth and increased reliability to connect millions of people around the world with high-speed internet.
And of course, Starship will fly a number of human spaceflight missions in the lead up to our first missions to Mars. Entrepreneur and pilot Jared Isaacman will command the first human spaceflight on Starship as part of the Polaris program. Jared served as a commander for Inspiration 4, the first all-civilian mission to orbit. Inspiration 4 launched aboard our Dragon spacecraft and Falcon 9 in September 2021, raising over $240 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. The first human spaceflight on Starship will launch as part of the Polaris program, and you can learn more about that series of missions at polarisprogram.com.
Now, our first lunar mission around the moon aboard Starship will be led by Japanese entrepreneur Yusaku Maezawa, also known as MZ. MZ flew to space for the first time in December 2021, he purchased all of the seats aboard Starship's first lunar mission in order to give artists and creators from all over the world the opportunity to go. And the hope is that what they will create in space will further inspire all of us here back on planet Earth. Now, over 1 million people applied for this mission, and earlier this year, they announced the final 8 crew members were selected, and you can learn more about them and MZ's mission at dearmoon.earth.
Dennis and Akiko Tito are the first 2 crew members announced to fly on Starship's second commercial spaceflight around the moon. This will be Dennis's second mission to space after becoming the first commercial astronaut to visit the International Space Station in 2001, and Akiko will be among the first women to fly around the moon on a Starship. The Titos joined the mission to contribute to SpaceX's long-term goal to advance human spaceflight and help make life multiplanetary.
SpaceX is also incredibly honored to be part of NASA's Artemis program to establish a sustainable presence on the moon to prepare for missions to Mars. Starship's early test launches, followed by those regular Starlink deployment missions and propellant transfer demonstrations, are directly advancing NASA's Artemis program, along with SpaceX's ongoing mission to make life multiplanetary.
SpaceX will conduct an uncrewed demonstration mission to the moon prior to the Artemis 3 mission, which will mark humanity's first return to the lunar surface in more than 50 years. It's an exciting future, but let's talk a little about how we got to today.
Now, Starship testing ramped up in July of 2019 with the Star Hopper prototype. It's sort of a short version of the Starship that we see today. There's a picture of it on your screen, the lovable water tower. Now, standing at just over 18 meters tall, landing and low-level altitude maneuvers. Starship's initial flight test was a hop that reached about 20 meters in altitude. This was followed by a second hop, the one that we've got on our screen, that rose to 150 meters in altitude. We took a little jaunt away from the launch pad and ended up landing about 100 meters or so further away from it, and you can see that on your screen. Now, notably, this was the first time that we had used a Raptor engine in flight and demonstrated control of this kind.
As a Star Wars fan, I can't not see a flying R2-D2 there. Now, after a series of 150-meter hop tests with earlier prototypes, the Starship program saw a huge breakthrough during a test flight of the vehicle known as serial number 8, or SN8. SN8 demonstrated a first-of-its-kind controlled aerodynamic descent and landing flip maneuver. Yes, I'm talking about the belly flop. This 12.5-kilometer hop test took place December 2020 and saw the SN8 prototype ascend to an altitude of 12.5 kilometers and conduct a belly flop maneuver. While it didn't stick the landing, the test was a major milestone in the development of Starship.
I love seeing the belly flop maneuver. Now, testing continued with the prototype on serial number 9. That was a 10-kilometer flight test in February of 2021. We had a nominal ascent, engine cutoff, reorientation, and controlled descent were stable. However, we unfortunately had a dramatic ending to the end of that flight when we had a failure on its engine to relight. That resulted in one of those rapid unscheduled disassemblies. But what was really, really exciting about both serial numbers 8 and 9 is how quickly we were able to achieve just our primary objectives in those 2 high-altitude test flights. In addition to getting lots of great data, Starship successfully demonstrated control of the vehicle and subsonic re-entry capability.
Ultimately, we performed 9 Starship high-altitude test flights in total. And in May of 2021, SN-15 launched from Starbase, reached an altitude of about 10 kilometers, performed a number of maneuvers, and safely returned to the launch site. This was the first Starship prototype to fly, control its descent, safely land, and to be recovered in one piece.
Now, having achieved that success in our suborbital campaign, one of the next big challenges for upper stage reusability is to survive the high heating hypersonic phase of entry. Combined with the ability to refill our Starship's tank with fuel and oxygen while on orbit is what will enable a fully reusable transportation system that's designed to carry both crew and cargo on these long-duration interplanetary flights. And that's ultimately what will help humanity return to the moon and travel to Mars and beyond in our solar system.
So as you can tell, it is nothing but an iterative process to get to the point that we are today and where we will go from here. That iteration is a core process of how we work here at SpaceX. We like to fly and we like to test early and often, both on the side of hardware and software.
Yeah, that's an awesome point, Kate. Now, we are continuing our countdown to Starship liftoff just over 17 minutes from now. So, of course, let's check in with John for another status update. John?
Thanks, Shiva. Clock is coming up on T-minus 17 minutes from liftoff. We're continuing to click towards 0. However, right now, we've just begun listening in. The first stage team is working a pressurization issue. They're troubleshooting that right now. Now, we do have the option, if need be, if we can't solve this, then we would hold the count and probably treat today as a wet dress and not be able to launch. However, we are continuing to do propellant loading on both the Super Heavy and the ship stages. Now, most recently, we began loading liquid oxygen and methane fuel into the header tanks on Starship. At the very top, just underneath the nose there are 2 small spherical tanks. That's where the fuel and liquid oxygen header tanks are. That started at T-minus 27 minutes, and that propellant loading will continue until T-minus 9 minutes. We'll also continue loading the main tanks of the Starship second stage, although they're pretty much full right now. Everything will drain back as we get ready for launch at T-minus 5 minutes. Now, on the first stage, we're continuing to load the massive amount of propellant onto the Super Heavy booster. That's going to continue until T-minus 3 minutes. You can see the frost line on some of the views as both liquid methane and liquid oxygen go into the tank. It's 16 minutes and counting. We're also currently configuring the launch pad for liftoff. The booster hold downs are being prepared for the release at liftoff, and the second stage quick disconnect is beginning its configuration for release. The liquid oxygen and methane that are going into the second stage go through that quick disconnect. You can see it in some of the views, the arm that comes out just to the base of the second stage. Now it'll move out of the way as we lift off. At the same time, the SpaceX team continues to check in with the Coast Guard. We're working one boat that's in the safety perimeter. They are working to get that boat out of the way. We cleared several other boats out overnight. We're down to one, and we expect that'll be clear so that we can proceed with launch out over the Gulf of Mexico. But as a reminder, T-minus 15 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. We are working an issue on the first stage, and we'll bring an update as we get more insight into that issue.
Now, today's test flight is taking place out of our Starbase facility in South Texas, and that facility has gone through a tremendous amount of change and growth in a really short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, 3 years ago, not much even existed there. It was a very different scene, as you can see by that photo there on your screen. Fast forward to today, and the team is building out an entire production line.
Yeah, last year they built 4 Starship Super Heavy boosters, 5 Starships, our 200 Raptor 2 engine, and this year they're targeting 5 boosters, 8 Starships in production for 2023. And really, you do need a production system to rapidly iterate, like we were talking about earlier, on the design of the vehicle as we learn more about it from these large tests.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulling on my industrial engineering background, system fill is something that is critical to that goal. Being able to produce and launch multiple Starships means that we have to have a system full of those production vehicles, and we iterate on each one. So even the next Starship that will fly in whatever the next test is will be different than the one that you see there on your screen now.
Now, the employees who have been at SpaceX a while say that Starbase does remind them of the early Falcon 1 days, except moving a whole lot faster.
The team at Starbase is expanding as fast as the facilities are, and if you've ever wondered what life at Starbase is like, here's a quick peek. Starbase directly employs more than 1,800 employees and is actually the largest employer in the area.
Yeah, and from that video, you can really tell, like, it's a beautiful location. It's close to the ocean. There's tons of wildlife. And that's because being close to the equator is actually a fantastic way to get to orbit.
Yeah, I love that we have so many employee events that allow us to participate with ocean cleanup and other environmental efforts there. We'd also like to thank Cameron County for being so supportive for all of our work in that area. Now, in addition to Starbase, we'll soon be adding another Texas location to the SpaceX family. We're opening a new facility in Bastrop, Texas, just outside of Austin, to support Starlink hardware production. The new facility will be over 500,000 square feet of manufacturing space, and the team has already started hiring.
Now, we have all kinds of openings in production and manufacturing for technicians and leadership and manufacturing engineers and all kinds of site support roles. Basically, if you can think of a role, we're probably hiring for it.
So if you're interested in helping expand human life to other planets or helping internet access here on Earth, consider becoming part of the SpaceX team at spacex.com/careers. Now, with that, let's check back in with Zach down at Starbase one last time before launch. Howdy, Zach.
Hello, Kate and Shiva again. You can really feel the energy here at South Padre Island as more of the SpaceX team have gathered. We're standing just over 5 miles away from the launch mount, and so from here we've got a very nice view. I would basically say these are some of the best front row seats you could get, and might I add, beachside as well. Now, the Starship team has worked incredibly hard to get ready for this test, and we're all clearly excited for T0. And as we get into the final moments, one issue that could hold the countdown or cancel the test altogether is if a boat enters the safety perimeter. Now, over my shoulder is the Gulf of Mexico, which is normally very open to all of the boaters and fishers. However, today, SpaceX is closely coordinating with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safe zone and ensure public safety. And up to T0, SpaceX is in regular communication with the Coast Guard to ensure there are no boats in the area leading up to the launch. Now, fingers crossed that that does not happen. Now, I'll throw it back to the folks at Hawthorne as we get closer and closer to that T-0. To all of the boaters and fishers, however, today, SpaceX is closely coordinating with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safe zone and ensure public safety. And up to T0, SpaceX...
We're just inside T-minus 9 minutes and counting. We're listening on one of the background loops right now. Flight director is talking about the issue we've had on first stage, working the pressurization system. Decision right now is that we are going to stop the launch for today. We're going to transition the launch attempt to a wet dress rehearsal. So that means we're going to continue with the countdown sequence of events. We'll continue loading propellant, finishing up here shortly on the second stage. We'll also continue loading propellant onto the first stage, wrapping up at T-minus 3 minutes. We're also going to go through pressurization steps, other steps of the countdown. This will be a full validation for the team, but currently the plan right now is we're waiting for final word, is that I think at T-minus 10 seconds, we will finally stop the clock and then recycle the countdown for today. Now we're inside T-minus 8 minutes and counting. We're continuing to load propellant on both the first and second stage. You can see the Starship second stage with the heat shield tiles there. Carriage arms are open. You can see the condensation around the first stage tank as we load liquid methane, liquid oxygen into the large super heavy first stage. Now that propellant loading is continuing until T-minus 3 minutes. As a reminder, and there's our great view looking up at the Raptor engines, the 33 engines. There's an outer ring of 20 engines, and then there's an inner set of 13. Those are the engines that can gimbal and adjust the course of the Starship vehicle on the way up. And of course, the first stage as it comes back down towards the water landing in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, when both stages are loaded, you can see the condensation frost on the side of the first stage. We'll have just over 10 million pounds of liquid propellant on board. Inside T-minus 7 minutes, we're continuing to count. Team is preparing for the hold and scrub at T-minus 10 seconds. Now, the good news is everything's been going good. We're just working that one issue. So we are continuing to count. Team will get this as an excellent opportunity to run the end-to-end of the system. Now, in a launch, in the next few minutes, the guidance system would be performing its final alignment. We will be doing that this morning. The automated flight termination system would be armed. We won't need to arm it today as we won't be flying. And we'll do final thrust vector control checkouts, what we call wiggles of the Raptor engines on the first and second stages. Now, normally in a countdown, if we needed to hold, there's a view of the second stage Raptor engines just above the first stage. Now, as I mentioned, in a regular countdown, if we needed to hold, that would come at T-minus 40 seconds. That's the point in the countdown where we can pause to wait for final checkouts or pressurization to complete. Now, earlier this morning, we thought we might have to hold at 40 seconds. Everything's looking good, except for the one pressurization issue that the team is going to have to troubleshoot after this morning. So we won't stop at 40 seconds right now. We'll continue all the way down to 10 seconds, and then we'll go into a recycle.
John, you mentioned that we're going to be jumping into a wet dress rehearsal here, and I actually
now
think
we're coming up T-minus 5 minutes. Overall, though, Kate, Shiva, it's been a good day. It's a little sad listening to the flight director say that we're going to have to stop at 10 seconds. But I guess that's for everybody. It gives us a real run-through of the launch vehicle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Of course, we wanted to see fire today and lift off. But that's okay. The point of the countdown is to allow the teams to progress to that T0 time in a coordinated fashion and really to unveil any issues prior to the ignition sequence. So the countdown did its job today. It allowed us to identify that press issue, and like John mentioned, the teams are going to work through it, and we are going to basically call it off at T-minus 10 seconds. But the integrated launch teams and us, we are going to treat this as if it were still a launch day. We're going to do this, what we now call a wet dress rehearsal.
Yeah, and we've mentioned the term a couple of times here. We call it a wet dress rehearsal because we are wetting the propellant tanks. We are loading propellant into the vehicle. We've talked about the frost line a little bit here. That exercises the stage 0 system, the ground system, all of our infrastructure that loads propellants onto the pad. That exercises our procedures for the mission control teams. we're monitoring telemetry on the mission control consoles, looking at the pressures and the rates and the temperatures. And some of those things look a little bit different when you're getting up to the pre-flight pressurization levels and full propellant load. So we're learning things today about the integrated tests that are going to set us up for success in a future attempt later on, hopefully in the next 48 hours or so. And Kate, like it's also worth mentioning here, we're still going to take the count through to a pretty around the T-minus 10 second mark. So we're really going to exercise everything that we would up until that point in the vehicle states and ground procedures.
Yeah, it's like we said before, any data that we can collect today is super helpful. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are continuing to collect this data and allow the teams to have be better informed for the next attempt. Unfortunately, due to the needing to recycle the propellant, we are looking at a minimum of 48 hours until we are able to attempt this flight test again. So we're not quite sure what that timing will be at the moment, but we're looking at a minimum of 48 minutes. Or excuse me, of 48 hours at this point in time. But Shiva, exactly as you said, things look a little bit different on launch day. And we allowed the countdown to do its job, to basically get to this point, to allow the teams to work through the issues. And we're going to continue, like we said before, we're going to continue all this down all the way to T-minus 10 seconds. And that will really allow the teams to pretend like this is launch day and continue and gather that data.
Yeah, Kate, on the one hand, it's a little bittersweet. On the other hand, we watched them go all the way through. First stage propellant load, just now wrapping up. The second stage, even the header tanks up under the nose of the Starship that you can see on the monitors. Actually, that all went very well today. The weather was excellent. Everything was looking good. Sadly, we just have the one issue, but that is letting the team continue to count down. And we're going to continue with it here until we get the clock hold at T-minus 10 seconds.
Yeah, so for those of you that have just joined us, we're now at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds to what would have been the launch of our Starship flight test. But unfortunately, due to a stage 1 issue, we are going to utilize today as a wet dress rehearsal. Instead, we are not going to attempt launch. The teams are basically saying that we're scrubbing our launch attempt for today, and we are expecting a minimum of 48 hours in order to recycle. So it's all good news, though. There's nothing really to be sad about other than we had hoped to be able to lift off today, but that's okay.
Now, one thing to point out for folks, when we do come back, when we clear this and we fly, one of the things you'll hear in the last minute, you won't be hearing us because we'll be listening to the countdown. But at T-minus 30 seconds, that's when the flight director would give the final go for launch. Love to have heard that this morning, but it's something to look forward to.
Absolutely.
The other thing to look at is at T-minus 6 seconds, we begin lighting the engines. Up on your monitor, you can see there, T-minus 40 seconds. We did hit the 40-second hold point, and they are holding for a moment. In the end, they will release that hold. We'll go the last 30 seconds. But yes, when we do get to day of launch, the last thing to look at is in the last 6 seconds, light the Raptor engines in succession. So unlike Falcon 9, we're going to have to do that a little longer. We're hearing right now the clock is going to hold here at T-minus 40 seconds. The Super Heavy and Starship are looking good. So with that, Kate, it's been a fast-paced morning. We got through it fairly quickly. But at this point, we're going to have to call it a morning.
Yeah, that's right. So for those of you that have recently just joined us, we unfortunately had a hold on the countdown today, and that is going to scrub our launch attempt. But we are expecting a minimum of 48 hours in order to recycle. So be sure to keep an eye on our social channels, and we'll share information as soon as it becomes available. Until then, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
According to SpaceX, and run to T-minus 10 seconds. So we will take this countdown to T-minus 10 seconds. Engine ignition is somewhere between T-minus 8 and 6 seconds, so we will not get to that point. Again, making this a wet dress rehearsal.
Did anybody say the line, Sawyer?
Which one? It's better to
Scrubs,
be.
not Ruds.
Yeah.
No, Sawyer's got it. Sawyer's got
It's
it.
better to be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground.
Bingo. There we go.
It is a
Oh.
true statement, unfortunately. Fortunately, unfortunately.
Fortunately, unfortunately. I mean, everybody up here was so excited. Like literally, Adrian was jumping around. And it feels like a big letdown. I know everybody was so excited to see this thing go, but this is still progress for SpaceX. They've never launched this vehicle before. Look at the frost on the side. We've seen the frost on the side, but every time they do this, they learn about it. This isn't like, oh, we're going to spend 20 years before we ever try to launch it. SpaceX loves to get real data, and that's what they did today. Now, is the data going to say that somebody needs to go out there and bang on that valve with a hammer? Hopefully not. But SpaceX is going to turn this around into actionable information. And the next time we see this, maybe something else, but this rocket is going to go at some point.
Oh, we are excited for this rocket to go. And again, we will keep an ear out for any potential updates on when a T0 might be. And look at this view that we have here. This fantastic view on the top of the Margaritaville Hotel there, which, Das, I believe you're over there as well at the moment, right?
It is. We're all up here on the roof. We've been over here for weeks now working with the hotel, installing a bunch of infrastructure, not just for this launch, but here to stay. We've got a lot of permanent things that we put over here to support everything that's happening at Starbase. But it really is like the reason we chose this hotel is because you can see Starbase. And it has a ton of rooms that are sort of the south-facing rooms. So if you want to come and see a launch, you can get a south-facing room. And we even have, like if you ask, there's a map of the rooms that can see Starbase. And most of the rooms above the 5th floor have a direct line of sight over to the launch pad. So anyways, it's Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island. They just renovated it. Actually, there's some floors that aren't even done being renovated yet. Even if you get a room on the other side, and you can't see it, you're looking north, you can go down and hang out at the pool, and then when it's, T-minus 10 minutes, because you're listening to our stream, which we appreciate, you can walk over to the beach and you can see the rocket, the launch pad right at the beach. So anyways, one more time, do that exclamation point hotel in chat for the fine folks at Margaritaville, South Padre Island, the place where we are right now, literally. Probably the place you want to be too.
Exactly. Hosting our entire team there, as well as Michael's tracking rig, which you saw in the shot there. So all of that, thanks again to the people at the Margaritaville Hotel there. We have some more amazing support that has come in, even with the scrub here. We have Canch with the 100 Australian dollars saying, awesome coverage as always. Thank you, NSF. Been watching Starship since Starhopper. Go SpaceX, go Starship. We absolutely appreciate that. Mark Rented coming in here with a very specific $477 super chat here, which immensely generous, saying Godspeed Starship and thank you NSF for providing this indispensable service from the X7 finance community. Mark Renton, thank you again very much for the support. It really is appreciated, and it goes to helping us set up the infrastructure that we now have on top of the Margaritaville Hotel, to the people that we have now at the sites, to all of this content that we're able to bring you, including our multi-view of all of our different cameras that we have there for members that are Capcom and above. Thank you. That's how we are able to do this, is with support like that.
Sawyer,
yes.
You know we need to name the camera up here on the hotel, right?
Oh, yes, we do. You're
like
right.
A contest. We need some ideas in chat on what we could actually name the camera, because I can't say Margaritaville Resort South Padre Island camera every time we talk about the camera. We did like a Margaritaville themed.
during the last wet dress rehearsal. Any idea what that might be? What could have happened? Because when was the last wet dress rehearsal anyway, out of remembrance here?
Oh, it was about a month ago. I don't know the exact date, unless Adrian or Doss does, but it...
Not the exact date, but yeah, the thing is, the weather might be different, the temperature might be different, you might have a bit of different conditions, and that already can move things in a different direction during the countdown. And in the end, it only takes one valve. It only takes one little valve that doesn't work, or one thing that is slightly off, because yeah, if these things don't work, you are not going to space. You will probably lose your vehicle. So better safe than sorry.
I'm telling you, these hydrogen rockets are just so complicated. Wait, what?
Wait,
It's
hang
a
on,
methane
what?
rocket? Wait a second. You mean rockets are just complicated all around? Sorry, I had to.
It's not the fuel. It's the rocket.
It's not the fuel.
As much as we make fun of hydrolox, which is liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, which does tend to leak occasionally, we'll say, for example, on a big orange rocket, it is still rocket science. As much as we try and simplify it for you and bring it to all of you, it is not rocket science. It is rocket science.
It is rocket science.
Yes. So things can go wrong and do go wrong. And most importantly, though, we learn from
Helen Hansel was able to win any competition she took part in. She was known as the contest queen because she had won 7 trips to Paris, boats, houses. She would basically take part in any sweepstake she read about, any contest, and she would just win. That made my documentary crew, and I asked Helen, how do you do that? And she spoke about this thing called the Silva technique. Helen, you see, was Jose Silva's former PR manager. She had the benefit of learning closely from that man. Now, Jose Silva was a radio repairman.
Hi. I want to sell my year's legendary hero.
Yeah, no problem. But before that, I need to check your hero's injury records to make sure it's not infected by any zombies.
Injury.
Activation of the Fire X system.
Yep, and again, if we were going ahead for a launch today, which again, it has been scrubbed today, but if we were going ahead with the launch, we would expect to have Raptor engine ignition beginning at T-minus 8 seconds. So about 2 seconds after the test ended today, we would have expected to have engine startup. Again, of course, that has been scrubbed due to a valve issue, and we look forward to finding out future dates.
Yes, which, by the way, Adrian, what exactly is the Fire X system? Because we're used to just seeing rainbirds pour down water on something like a Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy.
It's some water spraying down from the OLM. It's that there's a reason why they are probably still working on installing a deluge system in the future. Basically, it's a system that will help them extinguish a bit of fire, suppress probably a bit of power from the engines, but not
Adrian,
that much.
sorry to interrupt. We have a tweet from Elon. A new tweet saying they learned a lot today, but they're now offloading propellant and are retrying in a few days. So,
a few days, he says.
That's our current next timeline is a few days. Now, what that means, we don't really know yet.
You know what that means for me?
Yeah,
I'm gonna pack
I know.
up some gear and get some sleep.
Yep, that sounds good.
What do you mean? We got plenty tonight.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Adrian.
Yes, definitely get some sleep to the team that's over there at Starbase. They will now begin the offload procedure of fuel, which, as we were talking about before, there are some recondensers that will attempt to try and save some of the propellant to be used again, but that is a lot of propellant on the vehicle.
And also, a thing to mention too is that, like you said, Sawyer, they're going to lose some of the propellant, the liquid oxygen and liquid methane, to boil off over time, as expected. And they're going to need to replenish that in the tank farm. But over the past few days, we've been seeing some tankers dropping off propellants at the suborbital test site. So it seems that they're using that as a bit of a staging site to have some propellant on standby if needed. I would not be surprised over the coming days to start seeing trucks transferring propellant from the suborbital site to the orbital launch site if they are truly using that as a staging ground. So that's something to keep our eyes out on over the next coming days.
Exactly. And again, we will keep an eye out for when exactly that few days may be and what is necessary in terms of refilling the fuel farms and getting them ready for another attempt. I do also want to thank Ali Demirci here for the 50 gifted Red Team memberships. Really appreciate it. If you did get a gifted membership at any point in this stream, definitely make sure you thank them. And if you do have a Red Team membership or above, whether gifted or that you got yourself, you can still check out our multi-view camera just for those members, and in it you'll be able to see all the different angles as they detank and complete their testing here today. So lots of excitement still going on down there at Starbase despite the scrub. And there's some of those views right now from that multi-view. So that's your little teaser preview of what you can see. And it wipes through. You see we've got 9 cameras on each screen, and continuing to cycle through all of the different views, some of which we don't show on air, some of which we don't even show on Starbase Live, which is our 24/7 feed. Oh man, I know it's a little disappointing. Adrian, this was your first in-person launch attempt here, as well as your first in-person scrub, I guess. So first off, welcome to the launch family. Second off, how are you feeling still, even at this point? Speechless, I tell. He's muted at the moment, maybe a little busy with people where he is. There you go.
Yeah, it's a busy roof. So, what was the question again, Sawyer?
First off, welcome to the launch scrub family. You've now seen a launch scrub, which I think most of us have at this point. But how are you feeling after the scrub anyway about getting this far in the count?
I mean, it was still a great experience so far. I really being here all day, and then in the morning basically rolling out, preparing everything, and well, then don't get any sleep and be here all night on the roof, and then commentating this live it's an experience that, like, no scrub will destroy that. It's still amazing, and I look forward to do all of that again.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I gotta jump in real quick here. Adrian has been running all over Starbase before, or with me actually, in the truck, out on the beach, to every one of our sites, and Adrian has been an absolute trooper out here. You know, he didn't come out and just like, oh, sit around on the beach or anything. Like, he's carrying stuff and helping us put things in it every single time that we had something that we needed help with. Adrian, you have done a fantastic job. So thank you so much for all the hard work out here.
Thanks for the words, and I can say that I think for everyone here that we are walking basically so many kilometers every day, and yes, I use kilometers. It's really something that it's so much effort that you don't see at first. Like, if you're not here and just watch these cameras, there's so much effort that goes into this all day, every day. That you cannot really see if you only see it from the distance. And huge shout outs to especially our people here that do this every day. To Nick, to Mary. It is really sometimes a very hard place to walk around.
So if you want to give a little wave while you're up on the roof. There we go. Yes. So tired and all, he still seemed to be enjoying yourself and enjoying the procedure. Continuing along here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, that's never going to actually match up, because that was one of the tracking cameras. We had multiple tracking cameras up on the roof, and I pointed it towards Adrian so everybody could see the huge grin on his face. Sorry about the mic. That was my fault, y'all. I do have to say, though, Sawyer, again, this was a massive broadcast for us to do, and the entire team, like, so many people worked on so many things that it used to be that one of us would have to do. And now we have entire teams of people working on the behind the scenes, the servers, all the graphics that you've seen, right? All coming across the screen, the new countdown things that happen, even the little animations that come across. You've even seen the improvements in our videos too. But there have been so many improvements, and these things are improving because it's a big team of people working on it. So everybody at NASA Spaceflight, whatever you do, whether you're writing articles or whether you're working on graphics or whatever it is, writing scripts for videos, everybody has been doing such a fantastic job out here. And we're able to do it because y'all keep showing up. There's still 181,000 people watching what we're doing here, and we are able to do this because y'all show up. So you know what to do. If you want to get back to this channel for the next attempt, we're going to be here. We're going to roll out every asset that we have at our disposal to cover this for you, to share this experience with you. Click the button to sub to the channel, ring the bell or whatever. You know, you don't have to do that or whatever, but you know how to get back to channels on YouTube that you want to find. And that is what we do here at NSF. These are the experiences we help share. And I'm going to stop talking because I'm not even supposed to be the host right now. Sawyer, back to you.
Thank you, Toss. No, I'm so glad you said that. It really is important. I've only been with this team now for about 9 months, and they've been some of the best 9 months I've ever had here. It is such a phenomenal team that works at NASA Spaceflight round the clock to get you updated on everything going on in the space world, from US to China, from Florida to Starbase to California. Can't forget about the West Coast as well. It's an amazing team effort, so a huge thank you to the entire team. And in particular, I have to give a special shout out to Chris B. Official, who's the brainchild behind this amazing channel here, and for all the work that he continues to do to make it as amazing as it is. And sappy over. Continuing along here, so right now the chopsticks are out or open, those metal lattice-like structures there attached to the tower. I'm sure at some point we'll expect those to go back in. What will happen when those go back in, and how is it being supported at the moment right now, the whole vehicle?
Yeah, so right now Starship is being supported solely from the orbital launch mount. So we talked about them earlier, the 20 launch clamps. They are holding up the super heavy booster from the base. Now, it is basically resting on those clamps. Now, if we were going for a launch today, right at T0, those would disconnect and retract. However, of course, we really don't want that to happen right now because we're not launching today. So those are holding up the weight of the vehicle right now. Now, eventually, when we're going for propellant offloading, the chopsticks are going to come back into place and grab the top of the ship. Now, they're going to do that to not only stabilize the stack, but provide a little bit of support here as well, because propellant detanking is a very dynamic time. A lot is changing, a lot is happening, a lot could go wrong at that point. So they give a little bit more support to the ship. We don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but that will really signify kind of the end of this wet dress rehearsal and the end of this test overall.
Exactly. Yeah, it is important to note that part of the test is also the detanking procedures here, as unfortunately it is rocketry. Rockets will scrub, as was the case today. As we take a look at the people coming back off of one of the boats, I believe, who were out in the approved range to try and watch the launch there. At least they got a good day out on the water, it looks like, so if nothing else. And we got, again, a frosty rocket. That is absolutely impressive. But as we were mentioning, this is rocketry. Scrubs will happen. So it's also a good test of the procedures, once again, for detanking, safing the vehicle, and for turnaround time of when we'll be able to try to launch this again next, which, again, the word from Elon has been in, quote, the next few days, close quote.
So that will definitely be something to keep on the lookout for.
Exactly. And I do want to mention that I do want to appreciate the people that are with me on air at the moment. That's Ian, Das, and Adrian are the commentators who are joining me, Sawyer, on air. So thank you guys as well for being with me here as we continue to track the first launch attempt of the Starship vehicle that was scrubbed, which turned into a wet dress rehearsal.
Always a pleasure to be here, Sawyer, and I will probably be here for the next launch attempt, so...
Yep, we're not leaving yet. We are continuing to track the procedure. We are waiting for signs of detanking. So what can we expect to see once detanking begins? What are we looking for?
Yeah, so the first real sign, honestly, is the frost lines going down. So you want to look at the top of the frost on all 4 tanks of the vehicle. Now, they likely will start detanking around the same time. The ship might be a little bit earlier than the booster. So what you're going to notice is the frost lines beginning to slowly go down and melt. That's because, of course, the propellants are being offloaded. There's nothing super cryogenic behind those tank walls to cause that frost to form. That will be the first sign of detanking. We should see a little bit of spooling up from the tank farm as it prepares to accept the detanked propellants and recondense them back into the tanks. And that is basically what we're going to be watching for. Now, of course, the detanking is going to continue. The frost lines will continue to go down. If I'm looking correctly, it looks like the frost line on the ship might be going down a little bit.
I was looking at that near the flap. Yeah, near the top flap there
Yes.
by the chopstick arms.
Yeah, my eyes might be deceiving me. It might be a bit of an uneven frost line to begin with, but it looks like that might be changing. Same with the topmost frost line on the booster. Again, that could just be lighting or a trick of the eyes, but that looks like that might be going down as well. And Alex was saying here in the back channel, yeah, it looks like detanking is currently underway based on the tank farm activity. So it seems like we are beginning to finish up for the day, beginning to wrap up on the Starship side. You can see some venting on the top of the ship. Those are coming from the header tanks. Now, the header tanks are likely some of the first parts of the vehicle to detank, given that they're up at the top. So it's good to see some venting from those as well. Continuing to see some venting from the booster itself, along with the tank farm. So detanking is already underway right now.
Yes, and again, the simple reason for top to bottom: gravity. Just don't want to make it any more difficult than you have to in terms of your detanking procedures. Just keeping everything as simple as possible, essentially, to offload it and prepare to try again in a few days.
Exactly.
About how long does it take? We've seen a couple of wet dress rehearsals, essentially, and a few detanks. About how long does this take, keeping in mind that it can fluctuate?
I'm not sure if we can get a camera on this, but I have to tell you this. There's a beach here on SPI to the left side of us, basically to the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see all the people who walked up that beach earlier to basically now... There, you see basically a stream of people walking. There we go. You can just see them all walking.
Yeah, we got
down.
Wow.
It looks so crazy.
One of the
It's a great
tracking cameras
migration.
there.
Yeah, but that shows you, like, there was a crowd for this attempt. There was quite so, and the Isla Blanca Park is also completely full.
Yep.
It's there were some people around for this, and they were ready.
Word gets around. My mom came out to see it. Mom, I don't know if you're watching right now, but sorry, I don't have the button to press to launch the rocket. I think my aunts and uncles came down too, but such is chasing rockets. You don't always get a launch, but when you don't, it's for good reason. So,
I believe my father's watching as well. Hi, Dad, if you're watching.
round and round with all the NSF folks who have family watching right now.
Yeah, hello.
My mom's sleeping, my dad's playing golf, so they're probably not yet. They'll watch the replay. Anyway.
Listen to it as a podcast, right?
Yes, exactly. But yeah, you can see the people departing there. This is also a good dress rehearsal in a way for the people that are going there, that are going to the beach and are going to view it. So it's a good chance to learn that. And if you do come out for the next attempt, don't forget that we have merch that you can wear in the shop with all of the Starship Orbital Flight Test logo with the amazing patch and sticker and logo that Pauline created there for this particular one. And even better, you can pre-order one of our plushies, which is the full stack plushie. So that includes the ship and the booster, which you can actually separate them with the Velcro. So you can recreate the stage separation that we didn't get today. So make sure you can get that at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And there is that patch that is unbelievable. So you can order the commemorative Starship patch to remember this. And also, if it continues to keep scrubbing, who knows? You may get your merch in time before it flies.
Is there a frozen valve in the plushie that you can hit with a wrench or something?
You can pretend that it's there.
You can pretend that it's there.
We should do a special thing. If you order, more than 2, you get a free valve. Put it in your freezer, and boom, you can replicate it.
Nice.
There you go. All the plushy love out there. So that's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Just wanted to point that out as the people are moving away. But again, the vehicle itself continuing its detank procedure. A reminder for those who are just joining in, there was a scrub today after a pressure valve froze. They still continued anyway with a wet dress rehearsal, which is filling up all the tanks and going through the standard countdown procedure, however stopping at T-minus 10 seconds instead of continuing with engine ignition between T-minus 8 and T-minus 6 seconds, which would have hopefully led to a liftoff. It did not happen, but according to a tweet from Elon, they are going to try again in, quote, a few days. So that is the latest update currently as we watch the detanking procedure here at Starbase. Ian, how's it looking in terms of the detank procedure at the moment?
Yeah,
I
so
know
I
you're
just
doing
did-
some A/B testing.
Yep, I'm the I guess the professional A/B tester here, and there is no major sign of change over the past few minutes for Starship in terms of detanking. Similar on the booster, so it seems like they may be either very slowly detanking or still in the preparation process for detanking. Also got a nice shot of a blimp there. Very interesting. I don't know the backstory on that, but that is cool to see as always.
I believe that belongs to U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, is my understanding.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Beyond that, I believe the rest is not public knowledge or not anything space
Yeah.
related.
It's being identified as a rocket body by Michael's auto track software. So
Hey,
it's
we
like-
get some auto track testing.
that's
There
actually
you
what
go.
I'm doing. I've been tracking boats going in and out, and I tried to see if I could acquire the blimp, which is way up the dirigible. Sorry, whatever it's called, that's up above me. But now's a good time for us to get practice as well. I guarantee you, the NSF team has
Oh,
lots
wow.
of improvements we will make. Oh,
Okay, that's an interesting shot.
that camera is very shaky because of the wind right now. But anyways,
Hopefully that is a legal view, yes.
we love you, because I mean, every person here on the beach can see this, and if you have good enough eyes, you can see it that way, I guess.
Very true, yes. But yes, now that the skies appear to be clear over that, the ranges are open again from this, at least for air and sea. It seems like road closures and all those still remain in effect as the vehicle remains frosty. Also want to give a shout out here to Timothy, who says, thanks Go Starship with buying so many different items in the store. We really appreciate the support there at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and we hope you enjoy all of the different items that you got as well. So just wanted to mention Timothy there with the 11 items, I believe it is. Yes, so we are continuing along now. We appreciate everyone that's been tuning in and watching up until this point as we continue to await the detank procedures. The chopsticks, are those still open or are those starting to close in?
Those still look open. They don't look changed at all. Let me do some A/B testing here.
By the way, for those wondering, when we say we're doing A/B testing, what we're doing is we are going backwards in time by a couple of minutes in the video to see if we can see any major changes or difference between parts, and then jump back to real time. So that's the A/B testing.
Yep, and can confirm no difference in the chopsticks.
All right. But appears that the booster methane tank is starting to defrost a bit. You can see that kind of towards the top of that methane tank there, from what we can see from our cameras. Also, Silly String Parfait. We're still trying to come up with a name for the Margaritaville Hotel camera. Salt Shaker. We can always go with the Lost Shaker of Salt up there.
Oh man.
Maybe just simply
Oh,
salt can.
nice.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right,
What?
and Alex in the back channel is saying that the methane tank is beginning to defrost, so showing some active signs of detanking there.
Hey, look at that gorgeous view
Sorry.
of the nature area around Starbase, and that's okay, Dust. We know you're working up there on the roof of the hotel. It's all good.
I'm trying to do a good job of juggling, like mic on, mic off, mic on, mic off. I feel like somebody's teaching me to paint the fence or whatever over here. But I apologize for that. I didn't say anything
you're
embarrassing,
good.
did I?
I don't think so.
Except that one thing that we won't repeat.
Oh, okay. I'll go watch the VOD and see what happens. I'm sure somebody would tag me on Twitter if I really messed up.
No, it's all good. There's a look now at the bottom part of the booster on the orbital launch mount. Again, that is booster 7. A reminder for those who are just kind of tuning in and looking at that, what is that black box, and is that being used in the detanking procedure?
So first off, to answer your second question, yes, that is absolutely essential in the detanking procedure. So that black box is the hood that's covering the booster quick disconnect umbilical. Now that quick disconnect is loading and now currently unloading the booster with liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Now that black structure around it is a protective shell, and if you look at the top of it, you see a bit of like a cover thing that's attached to it. That is a cover that will rapidly move into place right at liftoff. Now the quick disconnect right now is connected to the booster, but right at T0, right as the booster lifts off, the quick disconnect will obviously quickly disconnect. It will retract into that hood, and then the hatch will close rapidly over it. That's to protect it from the booster exhaust, because 33 Raptor engines will not be nice to any delicate umbilicals. So that is that, and that's why it has that large black hood over it.
Exactly. So that will close quick, and we've seen in some of our... extremely busy and extremely crowded for this launch attempt. So if you are planning on going for whenever the next attempt may be, everything seemed to get pretty full pretty quick. Adrian, any idea of when things started to get busy from what you could see, at least of the park near you?
From the when to get here perspective?
Yes, yeah, from what you could see when the park was getting full and things like
I
that.
think around 1 to 2, I saw really cars standing. I'm not sure if that's like maybe a bit too early. I guess you're probably still fine if you're going at 3, but after that it exploded very rapidly in terms of how many people were here. It got worse very quick.
So it sounds like you don't want to be there later than 4 or 5 a.m. at that point.
Yeah, if they go for the similar window as they did today, but to be fair, I'm not there, so I have a hard time making a complete call about this. But overall, I would say 2 or 3 sounds more close to what you probably should do.
Yes, so important to keep that in mind if you are planning now that it scrubbed to go for the next attempt. And before you do as well, make sure you watch our practical guide to Starbase so you know everything you need before you head out there too. Let's see, we are continuing along here. And we do want to point out and clarify that the population of people that were there exploded. No hardware or anything related to Starship had that happen to it. Just want to make sure we clarify that, just for everyone out there.
And do some quick A/B testing. I can confirm that the ship now is in detanking as well. The frost line's starting to go down on that vehicle, so confirming that both Starship and Super Heavy are now in active detanking.
Exactly. And a reminder that you can continue to see all of our different camera angles for the detanking if you are a Red Team member or above with our members multi-view. So again, Red Team member or above, one of your perks for this is you get the multi-view, taking a look at all 9 of our cameras that continue to rotate through, so you get all of the different views there. So just want to emphasize that and point it out that that is still there. At this point, again, we are continuing to watch the detank procedure after a frozen valve ended up scrubbing today's attempt, turning our launch attempt into a wet dress rehearsal, meaning that they had it fully fueled and took it all the way down to T-minus 10 seconds before officially calling the scrub there. It's a bit of a shame, but again, as we talked about, scrubs not ruds, right?
Oh, exactly. You really don't want to fly when you are not completely confident in everything. We don't know exactly what this booster pressurization valve was for. It could be a minor system or this could be a major system. Either way, you really do not want to have a, I don't know, it might be okay. You don't want to be like that on launch day because that is how you end up with a failure. And so SpaceX chose the very safe and steady route, and they're like, hey, let's just do a wet dress rehearsal. We can't get everything working today, so let's just grab some data while we're here and come back when we are fully ready and confident in all the systems. So good move there from them, and it just means they're going to be even more prepared for the next launch day. They now have 2 Starship wet dress rehearsals under their belt. Sorry, I should say 2 successful Starship wet dress rehearsals under their belt. So tons of great data to sort through there.
Exactly, and we have been getting some fantastic support from all of you out there, including people getting things in the store. I do want to mention Colin's message here on his store purchases saying, although a scrub is disappointing, better safe than sorry. That is true, and thank you for the dedication to bringing us this launch. Go Starship. And that is true. Again, the dedication to this from this team is unbelievable here. And Adam passing this along as well to the entire team here saying, you guys rock. Have been watching NSF for years. Sorry to say, we're hoping for Scrub to launch next week because that's when we'll be down there. Well, whenever it does go, we will be here to bring it to you as well. So just want to say that, and also thank all of the people that became members during this stream, Red Team and above. All of you have been fantastic with your support, and we really hope you enjoy the perks that come along with it, especially when we go again for another attempt in the days to come. And again, once we know that exact launch date, we will be sure to share that with you on every platform that we can think of, basically, from social media to the website to the forums. So you will have plenty of ways to know when that next attempt will be, and of course we will update you on our coverage once we know that as well. But expect us to still be out there every day bringing you whatever we can from Starbase. All right. Looks like we are continuing to still see that detanking and awaiting that big vent so far, right?
Yeah, so one of the next big signs should be major venting from the vehicle. Oh, my mind is so tired right now. But yeah, that will be one of the next major steps right now, being able to depressurize the vehicle. We know they are actively in detanking, but it seems to be a more slow and steady one, at least on the ship. So we should be getting to see some big venting coming up in momentarily, really. That'll be another good sign that they're continuing through detanking.
Exactly. And you know where you'll be able to see that vent? On our 24/7 feed Starbase Live. So even for those of you who don't have Red Team and above and don't have the multicam view, you still have Starbase Live, which will bring you live views 24/7 of everything going on at Starbase, including this detanking procedure. So that is where we are going to send you now. I just want to, on behalf of the entire team here at NASA Spaceflight, give a huge thank you to all of the viewers who watched today, supported, liked, subscribed.
been great. Thank you for having me. Off to you, Nate.
Yeah, great day. Really would have loved to have seen the launch, but hey, that just means there's more excitement later in the week. So see y'all soon, and Phila.
Just wanted to thank again the 220,000 viewers that popped in today to see us, and we'll see you on Wednesday or Thursday of this week, we hope. Everybody have a good week.
And Steven, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. It's a shame we had a scrub today, but there's an old adage in space flight. You'd rather be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground. So that's where we are today.
Ooh, good adage. Thank you. Actually, Philip or Lab, want to go ahead and actually sign off as well since you've been jumping in?
Yes, sir. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us today. It was a pleasure feeding these great views to you all. And, a special thanks to Steven for being with us today and partnering up with us. And it was a wonderful day. Too bad we missed it. But thank you all for the super chats, the donations. And we will see y'all here in a couple of days.
Yeah, thank you everybody for joining us again. It's been amazing. And I'd like to go ahead and thank the following people real quick. So our admins, Chef Daddy, Lucid, Rusty Buckets, our Discord and YouTube mods, Daryl, MVN, Stumpy 001, 61 Naps on Discord only, Anthony, Ark, Calypso, Tablano, myself. We've got YouTube mods, Andrew Lester, Andrew CJ42, Bogdan C, Dave W, Film Jim, Gridleak, Michael McKenzie, Neil Omatic, Psychonaut 421, Scott Dubs, STS 125. And then like to go ahead and thank the other supporters of our channel, as well as everybody who supported us today. We've got Sapphire Condominiums. And then, where did I put that note here? Okay, also South Padre Island. Or Isla Grand Beach Resort. Sorry, I'm having to go through and double check some things. And in it, Weather, Stumpy 001, John Heyman, Crow Guy, and thank you for all of their support. And also a big thank you to Lab. And put a thumbs up in the chat or applause or whatever you can to thank everybody here today. It's been awesome. We're going to be doing this again here in 2 days. So at least 2 days from now. So signing off, this is Thomas. Hopefully we'll go for launch next time.
We will see y'all. And just to let you know, we are going to stay live until we're completely detanked, more than likely, just to keep this wonderful feed up. And once again, thank you all. And Lab Padre out.
Я купую цей оселедець, бо так душа бажає. А ще він за вигідною ціною. А ще смачний. А ще до печеної картоплі. А ще на вечерю. А ще гривня йде на допомогу серцям дітей. Новус. А ще...
Всі люди різні. Хтось поспішає, а комусь час неважливий.
Таксі 8